And here we are. Oh, hold up. I had the sound off. Hey, welcome to the stream, Rafkin. We're starting up something that I've been anticipating for a while. Decided I didn't want to wait as long as I had planned on. So this is going to be a fighting-only Nuzlocke of Pokemon Platinum. And let's just enjoy the cinematic for a moment. And now to set it to speed up so that I don't take an eternity going through this tutorial. I am a boy. And as a bit of a nod to the Fate series... Oh wait, no. There is not room for Gilgamesh. You know what? I'm just gonna go with me. We'll leave it there. Hang on. And our rival is Peace. We need to bring down we need to overthrow Peace and Sinnoh for this run. Oh geez, there's the going live notification. It took its sweet time. I suppose I ought to put on some music in the background. I don't think we'll be able to have the music in the game on much. So we'll just have some music from YouTube playing. Like music from Sinnoh. We're gonna kinda zip through the game because there's a part a little ways into it. Like, we're gonna zip through the early game because there's a part a little ways in that is pretty, it's pretty critical and could require a reset if we don't get things to go right. Right now I've got this thing running at unlimited frames per second, so it's just going as fast as it can go. Luckily, unlike in Diamond and Pearl, we're a lot faster to get our Pokemon here. And obviously, because only one of the starters becomes a fighting type, we will be going with Chimchar. And it's time for the first battle. We'll open up with a couple of Leers. And start scratching the Piplup to death. That fight isn't actually guaranteed. In some of the later games, your rival is pretty much scripted to throw the fight. Okay. Looks like we've got a little higher special attack than physical. That's actually pretty good because of what I'm planning for this Nuzlocke. So for the moment, we'll be running with just Chimchar, but once we actually get a fighting type, we'll be swapping Chimchar to the back row. We won't be using him in major battles until we have it evolve into Monferno and it becomes a fighting type. So I do plan to... I wouldn't go with that route. I usually allow the use of Pokemon that are going to evolve into a certain type. But since I'm planning on delaying Chimchar's evolution for a while, I can't really justify it. Be sure to let me know if there are any issues with the sound. Nice. You know what? Let's actually get a look at Chimchar. And we'll put the speed back to normal. So, a bashful nature. I don't recall what that is. It might just be neutral, which is pretty solid for a Nuzlocke. I'll take it. And yeah, decent special attack and speed and physical attack. All good things. I actually think there's anything down here. Yeah, there isn't. Ah, well. We'll try and get into a couple more battles just to get Chimchar to level 7 where it learns Ember. There we go. And we'll get the free potion from this dude. Okay, so we're going to get some Pokeballs, and I need to double check because I chose names for all of these Pokemon. And we'll see if y'all can figure out where these names are coming from. So Chimchar, our team leader, is going to be Alexander. And here, Dawn lies to us. The Pokemon that I met for the first time was a Turtwig. If you would have chosen a Turtwig on Route 201, we'd have the same Pokemon now. Yeah, that's a lie. Obviously, she's scripted to have whichever Pokemon neither I nor Peace has. And the TM for return. That is a very important TM. It will be pretty critical for a few battles in the early to mid-game. Luckily, we don't have to worry too much about getting too many levels on Chimchar in the early game, because... Okay, we get a few antidotes. A few potions. Oh, wait. And that'll be it, because we don't have to catch any Pokemon right away. But yeah, we're not super worried about the number of levels we get on Chimchar at present. Sand Gym Town. Anything else we need to get here? Doesn't look like it. Cool. But yeah, we're not going to be using Chimchar in the first gym, so we can afford to get a few extra battles on his record if we have to. And it's good for some experience. And it'll speed up the run because we're going to hit a couple of particularly grindy parts. In the early game. I'm happy to kill off the Starly and Bidoof with Chimchar right now, because that'll get us some EVs in speed and HP, both of which should be pretty good for Chimchar. And now we'll watch the catching tutorial. Oh, thank goodness for being able to use the speed up mode. So yeah, most of my rules in this Nuzlocke are the same as in my last one. There are only a couple of noticeable differences. I haven't removed any rules, but I am taking advantage of the emulator to get some quality of life improvements. Specifically, there are two mods that I've got installed. I'm using the Universal Pokemon Randomizer because it has a setting that allows Pokemon which evolve through trade to evolve through level up instead. And I think they also require friendship, because I did some testing with it, and it took a little while longer than I expected for Machoke to evolve into Machamp. I think it happened at like level 37. So I'm guessing it had to hit max friendship. Okay. Let's pop a potion real quick. Oh, I guess we didn't need to worry about it. It's just a Burmy. But yeah, we want to be a bit ahead of the level curve coming up here, because we've got a fight with our rival. And while his... we won't bother with the Shinx. I don't want attack EVs on Chimchar if I can help it. Looker. The least capable secret agent ever. Though admittedly, the only secret agent in all of Pokemon. So, maybe he's more... Maybe he's got an excuse. Okay. So, we gotta hit up the trainer's school. But yeah, there's a battle with Peace coming up in just a minute. He has 2 Pokemon this time around. Luckily, his starter doesn't know any water-type moves for this battle. For some reason, they scripted it that way. I'm just gonna check if there's anything we need to pick up in this town. So, Jubilife City. Any useful items? We already got the map. So, hang on. Jump Platinum. There we go. Okay, we can get the fishing rod from the fishing guru and the quick claw from somewhere. I don't know where, but we'll want to track that down. So, hang on. If I had to take a guess, I'd say there's a good chance it's actually in the trainer's school. We'll scout around a little bit, see if we can track down the quick claw. Like, it's not a great item, but it's better than nothing. Okay, this guy, we have to do his little side quest in order to get our watch. And luckily, the answer to all of these clowns' quizzes is yes. Oh, hang on, I don't even have... There we go. Didn't actually have stream elements pulled up. There we go. No, I'm not going to give that to Chimchar right away, because Chimchar really doesn't need it. It's faster than pretty much anything we're likely to encounter for the next little bit. Okay, we've got all of the coupons. I'm gonna duck over this way, grab the fishing rod. I don't think I actually need it, but there we go. And we can get this item here. Just kind of gathering stuff as I go along. Some of it will be useful, some of it will only be useful for selling to get some spare change. So yeah, we have a status screen for our Pokemon, a pedometer, and a calculator. With that said, I am going to go ahead gonna buy 5 more Pokeballs because I don't want to run out. And we're also going to sell our X items because I have absolutely no use for them. We're not using items in battle. You have anything useful? You have heal balls, but I don't think we'll need those for the moment. I don't think we need to go up there yet, so let's head over here and trigger the rival battle. So yeah, the main thing here is that we want to clear this Starly quickly so that we've got plenty of health to deal with the Piplup in the back. Luckily, as said before, it doesn't have any water-type moves. And we just taunted it, so its defense, so it can't growl to counteract our defense drops that were. Oh, its taunt wore off? Rude. One important thing we'll want to keep track of is that we have to keep taunt on Chimchar. It's very important. For reasons that we'll see later in the run. It's very important that Chimchar has taunt. But yeah, for the moment, we don't really have much that we're not prepared to deal with, that we're actually likely to encounter. I'm going to go ahead and leave the items along this path and leave the trainers unbattled. This guy is going to go ahead and give us Rock Smash. We might go ahead and catch like a Bidoof somewhere to use as a TM slave. Or an HM slave, because, well, I don't really want to saddle any of my party members with HMs that we can't delete. Not to mention the fact that we don't get access to... Like, we can't really make effective use of any of the HMs as far as just moves go. Oh, let's see now. Now we're in Orberg City. Are there any important items here? Looks like there are a few decent items, but most of them require the dowsing machine. Still, we can get a Great Ball, we can get a Dusk Ball, get a Super Potion. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and get the various gifts that we can get around town. Okay, I think if we show that guy a Geodude, he gives us one of the items. But we don't have one, and it's not really a necessary item. So... oh, come on. Where's the person who gives me a Great Ball? Oh, there's a Dusk Ball. Okay, maybe that guy gives the Great Ball for the Geodude. That person mentions shinies. See, a lot of these people are just kind of irrelevant. And this is the museum. Can get in for free this game, but we won't bother making any use of it because we don't have any Pokemon that we get from fossils. Just one thing at a time. Ah, there's the Great Ball. And over here by the Orberg Mine, I believe we pick up a yellow shard. Okay, there's a dire hit. Yellow shard. There we go. Shards are going to be important. One of the mods that I've installed is PK Hex, which I'm simply going to be using for some quality of life benefits. Oh, and we got a Super Potion. Nice. Because there are a lot of slow, grindy portions that literally just involve not playing the game. Oh, and we've got our next Pokemon. So yeah, this will be our, shall we say, true starter. And rather than risk damaging it, we're just going to chuck a Pokeball. The odds are pretty good of it actually working. Okay, this is getting concerning. What the crap? Thank you, finally. And yeah, I'm pretty sure y'all will be able to guess what my naming fame is after this one. But welcome to the team, Genghis. Okay, let's take a look at Genghis. Your nature is quiet, which I believe is minus speed, which isn't great. I was hoping... I was really hoping for no guard. It would have been helpful, but we'll roll with guts for now. There are just some specific problems that I wanted no guard to be able to deal with. Specifically, it would have made it a lot safer to use rock-type coverage on these guys. Sorry, I'm just gonna run from these real quick. Okay, and now we're going to go and give Genghis some training. Because Genghis will be our only Pokemon for the first gym. Okay, yeah, go for a low kick. Luckily, once again, Genghis isn't one of the Pokemon that we need precise EVs or natures on. That said, we are going to do our training back here on this route. But anyway, what I was saying about PK Hex, we're going to use it a little further down the line to insert extra money once we get access to a source of infinite money that we could grind for. And we'll be using it for a... whatchamacallit. We'll be using it to cut down the time that it takes to get a certain Pokemon. Because we do have one incredibly important team member that genuinely, if we wanted to try and catch it normally, it would take about... Okay, basically, Heracross is only available through honey trees. Honey trees require you to slather honey on them, wait 12 hours, come back and check them for the Pokemon shaking them, and then when we do that, there's a 5% chance that it's a Heracross. That's just a lot of not playing the game for a Pokemon who is absolutely and completely essential for the run, and the only reason that we can even hope to succeed in this run. So, we're going to use that to circumvent the general... some of the needless grinding in the game. Oh, hang on. Once we've dealt with some of the annoying grinding, we'll be using it to get... Well, actually, no, that's basically it. We'll be using PK Hex to deal with big grinding. So we'll dodge the Heracross grind, so we don't have to go out of our way to get to do honey trees. We'll dodge the berry grind with the berry master, since there are some berries that we can only initially get by waiting one day at a time to get those to have him give them to us at random. And there's also the guy who hands out focus sashes. Again, that's a once every 3 days thing, and I don't feel like going through the trouble of time traveling on this system when I can just add focus sashes into our inventory once we get access to the guy. Okay. We'll call it good at level 11. Now let's go heal up and head into Orberg Mine. The big issue here is that unfortunately Machop is pretty slow, especially with a quiet nature. So we'll probably wind up having to tank a hit from Cranidos. Oh hey, you're running a Machop as well. Good job, Genghis. You beat what was probably like your cousin or something. So yeah, it's going to be dangerous because I'm pretty sure a critical hit from Cranidos' headbutt will just straight up kill Machop. In which case we would have to start over. Luckily, with the speed up, the early game here is pretty quick. So that's not too absurdly punishing. Anyway, now we are going to stop at the Pokemon Center first of all. Restore Machop's PP, since Genghis hasn't taken any damage. Right. So there is a chance for a couple of early game resets, but there's not too much we can do about that. Alright. And if we do have to reset, there is always a chance that Machop gets no guard, that we get a Machop with no guard, or a more ideal nature. Not saying this is bad, but I would have preferred a neutral nature to get a bit of extra speed out of Genghis here. Okay. Now we get access to the gym. And I am going to go ahead and fight the gym trainers. There's very little chance of my not beating them. Like, there's very little chance that this goes wrong, to the best of my knowledge. And this is the only time that we get access to them, so might as well get the XP. Yeah. So I did some checking just a little bit ago, and Low Kick is not as strong against Geodude, but it's stronger against Onix. Yeah, we'll go ahead and have you forget Leo. Leer. I'm fairly certain the level cap for this gym is 14. Let me double check that. Yeah, Rourke's Cranidos is level 14, and it knows Headbutt, Pursuit, and Leer. His Geodude and his Onix both know Stealth Rock. I'm hoping that we can one-shot the Geodude, because if we can, that'll prevent Onix from getting off a Screech. I should, however, put the Quick Claw on Genghis. Let's actually take care of that right now while I'm thinking about it. So yeah, oh. Accidentally ran into a trainer with 4 Pokemon. Okay, well, let's hope this doesn't overlevel us. Oh, and I forgot to switch things into set mode. Yeah, I suppose I never bothered to fix the options here, so fast speed, set mode, and let's pick the frame for our run. Kind of like that one. Or 10. You know what? We'll go with that one. Okay. You know what? While I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead, clear out some trainers along this route. Just the ones along the direct path there. That'll make it so we don't accidentally bump into anyone on the way. We'll backtrack because I think there's one more trainer here who's kind of close to the path that I don't want to accidentally run into. I'd rather deliberately run into her while I'm safe from the level cap. Okay, it's a Psyduck. Okay. Took care of that. Now we can go back to Route like 102 or whatever it was to grind our Pokemon up close to the level cap. We can probably even just grind Alexander past the level cap since we don't have any more required battles. But you know what? No, we'll grind till Alexander is close to the level cap. Same with... Okay, that's 33. I'm on the wrong route, I just realized. 16. Okay, so a level 2 Bidoof gives 16 experience. That's good to know. So most of these are running at about 8 per level. Training here just gives us a nice chance to clear out, or to gain some EVs while we go along. So yeah, the reason I'm planning on keeping Alexander from evolving for a minute is because since this is a fighting type only run, obviously we're going to be kind of short on special attackers. Though a surprising number of the fighting types in Sinnoh actually have the potential to be special attackers. Most of those that have that potential we are going to make special attackers for this run. So Alexander, for example, as Chimchar, can learn a couple of useful moves, including Flamethrower, Nasty Plot, and Slack Off. At the very least, we're going to keep Alexander as a Chimchar until he learns Nasty Plot, because that will provide some great sweeping potential, especially into the last Cyrus fight. We do need to make sure that I don't accidentally evolve Alexander when he hits level 14. Hang on. Save. Oh, hang on. Save state. There we go. So yeah, if we get a hold of an Everstone sometime soon, that would be great, because that'll save us the effort of having to cancel evolutions on Alexander. But yeah, we're definitely going to keep Alexander as a Chimchar until he learns Nasty Plot. If possible, I'd like to keep him as a Chimchar even longer, but it just depends on what we need him for, like, specific fights-wise. Okay, this will get us to level 14. Oh, I really should have taken that off speed up mode. That was going way faster than I was prepared for. I didn't even think. Oh, and let's check. Okay. So Genghis is about 300 points off of off of the next level. Once we get further into the game, I'll be skipping a lot of the grinding by using rare candies. But during this early portion, I just want to get a lot of EVs on these Pokemon. Because while the team is small, it's increasingly important. It's going to be more important than normal to have good EVs on them. It's partly why that's the reason I'm doing my grinding here and not someplace that would give extra experience. Yeah, luckily, once we get access to the Veilstone department store, I believe we can buy the drugs that boost effort values on Pokemon, and then we'll pretty much be able to ramp them up to maxed out EVs as soon as we like. Especially with Heracross, EVs are going to be important. Yeah. There is one rule I've added for this run, and that's going to be the Safari Zone clause. Specifically, the only encounter I'm allowed to attempt to catch in the Safari Zone is the first valid encounter, but if it flees and I encounter that Pokemon again, I can repeat the attempt. Just because one team member is in the Safari Zone, and the Safari Zone fleeing mechanics mean we've only got like a 30-something% chance to catch it. And, you know, it's not the most critical Pokemon, but I genuinely just kind of... There are so many cool Pokemon in the Safari Zone that I don't want to just have to miss because they ran away because its mechanics are supremely unsuited for a Nuzlocke. Okay, so these two need to walk around, and I forgot to catch a Bidoof while I was over there. Oh well. Alright, Alexander, again, if you could jump to the back of the party, we're gonna go ahead and take on Rourke. So yeah, the early game here is pretty quick. Fingers crossed, we knock out this Geodude with a single Karate Chop. Dang it. Now we're going to take a Screech from Onix, which has a chance to miss, and we'll want to hope for it. Oh no, he went straight into Cranidos. That's concerning. How much does Cranidos weigh? I need to check if... Need to check which move is better. Okay, Cranidos weighs over 25 kilograms, so low kick is going to be stronger. Okay, we survived a headbutt. We're pretty much in the clear now. Because Onix is weak as heck. Oh, and Genghis put on 2 levels. Stealth Rock is nice, but I don't think we're getting... Actually, no, we do have one Pokemon that can learn Stealth Rock. And that would be our starter. Chimchar can, in fact, learn Stealth Rock. I don't think any of our other fighting types will be able to. But that said, I don't really plan to use it for that. I could, once we've got Focus Sashes. But I don't think there are any specific fights where we'll need that. So now, it's time to head to Eterna City. we are going to take a second here and see if we can catch a Bidoof. I believe there is a Bidoof. There are Bidoofs in this area. That's a Starly. We just need a TM slave. Or an HM slave. There we go. Go Pokeball. Thank you, Bidoof. So yeah, now that we have a Bidoof, we'll go ahead and teach it Rock Smash. We're gonna head back here to try and track down you know what, we'll also switch Alexander up front. Get him a couple of speed EVs. But yeah, heading down here, we're able to get, I think, at least one TM. We got the TM for Flash. That could actually come in handy because of... How is there a level 10 Golbat here? I mean, I'm definitely killing it for the speed EVs. Jeez. But yeah, there is a point where we'll want Flash around. Slowing it down so that I don't accidentally get a Monferno before I need to. Got a big pearl, that'll be good for some money. So yeah, I'm expecting that we'll keep Chimchar as a special attacker, especially since it gets access to a special type priority move. And likely the same will be the plan with Lucario, though Lucario doesn't get access to a boosting move. I probably should have just killed that thing. Gotten the speed EV or special attack EV, whichever one it has. Alright. So for required battles, I'm gonna stick with Machop, which means fine. I'll put it on normal FPS. For required battles, I'm going to stick with Machop, which means we're going to need Machop. We're going to need Genghis for this double battle against Team Galactic. And Team Galactic is actually going to become increasingly dangerous throughout this run, simply because a lot of them carry Zubats. popped. Yeah, there are a surprising number of dangerous flying types in this game. Cyrus is practically a flying type gym leader in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, but he diversifies a bit here, which is actually pretty helpful. Y'all are probably at least a little curious about why I chose to go with Platinum rather than Diamond and Pearl for this run. And there are a couple of reasons. Because there's a solid argument to be made for Diamond and Pearl being easier for this particular challenge. Mainly because in this game, the Ghost-type gym leader is the 3rd gym leader, whereas in Diamond and Pearl, she's the 5th. Which means we have to take on one of the least advantageous types for us. Sorry, I just gotta sneak around here. We have to take on one of our hardest types without nearly as many resources, which will make the whole thing a lot more difficult. Hello, I don't suppose you give me an Everstone? Part of the reason that Heracross is so essential to this challenge is that I genuinely don't think we could even hope to beat the Ghost-type gym leader without such a strong Pokemon. Oh, we got Rock Tomb. That's pretty good. Like, it's not accurate, and we'll want to avoid having to use it, but if we do wind up needing it, it's there. Oh, I meant to use Ember there. You know what, let's just trigger the fight. I'm pretty sure this lady has like a couple of Badoo. And it's an optional fight, so we're just gonna go ahead and clear it with Alexander. Make sure we don't have to spin dodge constantly whenever we pass through this route. Plus, those will be some good EVs for Alexander. Alexander is not evolving. I'm very tempted to go back into Ravaged Path down there and hunt for an Everstone. Now, I can't recall if this is a required fight, so we're going to switch Genghis up front. Okay, we dodged the twin Pachirisus. Got Bullet Seed. I don't think anything that we can catch can learn that, because unfortunately, Shroomish and Breloom are not available until the post-game of Pokemon Platinum. Which is really frustrating because Breloom is a fantastic Pokemon and Shroomish is super cute. Okay, we're going to go ahead and steal some berries. So now, if we need to, we could go ahead and go into our hack into our inventory and change up the number of berries since they're now farmable. Welcome to the stream, the man. I'm just gonna go with that. I think I saw a YouTube video on my recommended about Pokemon Infinite Fusions. ROM hacks and fan games aren't really my thing. I favor just, making the challenge myself. Like in this, where we're doing fighting types only. Which is going to make Fantina nightmarish. Any good items in the shop here? No, we should be good on all of those. Netball. We'll probably buy a couple of netballs prior to trying to catch Heracross. Actually. Yeah, we still probably will. You know what? Give me 3. But yeah. Now, there are some cool fan games out there. I just prefer more of a classic Pokemon feel. Especially because I find that fan games tend to take themselves, way too seriously. Or go out of their way to try and, make sense in a way that Pokemon really shouldn't. I genuinely think that was the biggest mistake they made in Galar, was they tried to make the game make too much sense. I mean, we're doing gladiator fight. I've got... Just for a moment, let's just look at this. I have a flaming monkey and what is basically a small child that I've got on my team for use in gladiator fights. Okay, so we gotta go clear the dude out in front of Valley Windworks. No items back there. Also, thank you for the follow, the man. Yeah. Alright. And next, we're going to do something very central to the run. Oh, I forgot to heal. That's fine. Somehow I was unpunished for it. This is actually surprisingly tricky. It survived that strictly because of leech life. Oh my gosh, not another one. Well, at the very least, not having no guard means that they can miss supersonic. Okay. Actually a bit of an iffy fight. If we ever wind up restarting this run... Oh, I didn't mean to buy honey. If we ever wind up having to restart this run, I'll probably go ahead and teach Machop Rock Tomb to make that easier. Okay, so we're at a very important moment here. We now have access to a honey tree, which means we officially have the ability to encounter Heracross. Now, with all of that said, I have absolutely no interest in honey tree grinding because it will take nightmarishly long amounts of time. So instead, we are going to come over here to Valley Windworks where there is a second honey tree. Not that that matters. And let me just double check what the encounters are here, because we want to make sure whatever we catch here has two possible abilities to make sure it's a good parallel to Heracross. There are reasons for why that I'll explain in just a sec. Okay, Valley Windworks, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Okay, wandering around, Shellos, Shinx. Shellos and Shinx both have access to two abilities. So, if we encounter one of those, we'll go ahead and try and catch it. Hey Addison Miles, welcome to the stream. How's it going? We are doing a fighting type only Nuzlocke of Pokemon Platinum. And we are in the middle of getting a Pokemon that I will then turn into a Heracross, if I can stop encountering Buizel's. Okay, we got a Shellos. And throw a netball. Excellent. I'm doing pretty good. The run's been going okay so far. We didn't get the best nature or my preferred ability on Machop, but still very workable. No, we won't bother with Shellos. We won't bother naming the Shellos. Okay, we got a Shellos. We're going to go ahead and save. And I'll probably save twice just to be sure. We're not actually 4.5 hours into the run. It's just that it's been on speed up mode, so it's counting time faster. Okay. Now for me to do a little bit of master hacking. Export backup memory. Oh, hang on. I didn't save. I didn't actually check where I saved that. Okay. That works. Now we'll go ahead and open PK Hex. So yeah, I'm doing this with the PK Hex tool. And we'll drag in our current save. Okay, so we open up Shellos. I'm sorry y'all can't see any of this. I don't really do serious YouTube because I'm too lazy to edit videos. I have a YouTube channel, but it's just where I store my VODs. Okay, so we've got Shellos. And what we're going to do is make one simple change and turn it into a Heracross. So we didn't change anything else. So it looks like Shellos had its second ability, which means its ability is now Guts, which is preferred. That said, what does Bold Nature do? I can't recall. It's a minus attack nature. Okay. Guys, terribly sorry about this, but we actually have to restart the run. I just streamed for fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm encouraging people to join, and we've got a Discord if you want to type !Discord in the chat. It gives you a chance to give some input on how streams go. Oh, with all of that said, guys, we have to restart the run. But yeah, we got a few people in the Discord, and I also use it heavily to share memes. Anyone is welcome to share memes in there. I just am the one who does it mostly because I've got a meme problem. So, real quick. Yeah, what's up? Hold up, I have to double check how to delete a Platinum save file. How to delete Platinum save file. Up, select, and B on the title screen. Oh, what's my key for select? Select is Q. So, up, select, and B. Oh my gosh, why do I keep doing that? Yes, and yes. I'm working on figuring all that stuff out, but I am taking my sweet time with it. Okay, fresh start. Gonna try and zip through the early game a little bit quicker. And as before, we have peace to deal with. Okay, speed running, except it's not really speed running, I'm just, you know, basically cheating the game to make it go faster. I'm all right at the moment, but I'll let you know. Oh, come on. I shouldn't be complaining. The Platinum intro is way faster than the Diamond and Pearl intro. Alright, time to start this fresh. Oh, for goodness sake, just give me a crit or something. Okay, decent stats again. Let's see what the new Alexander's... Once again, bashful. Huh. Oh my gosh. Tutorial sections. The trouble is, we really do need a specific Heracross if we're going to get through Fantina. Like, it's not even an option here. We need at least a relatively good Heracross. The specifics can't be minus attack nature, also can't be minus speed with less than 8 IVs. Because we need to be able to outspeed Mismagius and two-shot, otherwise the entire run just becomes a crapshoot in that fight. Okay, Chimchar's nickname, once again, Alexander. Yeah, for sure. Let's see now. Okay, come on, Professor Owen. Just send me on my... Just give me a return and send me on my way. I probably should have dropped a save state earlier on so that I could just reload it. Ah well. If I have to reset again, I'll do that the next time. Give me a few antidotes. A few potions. And time to go say goodbye to Mom. I mean, I'm like 10 years old. It's time for me to set off into the world and fight a criminal organization and stuff. I'm ascend to a position of great renown in the community. Oh my gosh. Thinking we've got a pretty good special attack IV, so that's helpful. Spamming buttons to get through text. Oh, hang on. I can save myself a little bit of time. And for the capture tutorial. Nope, don't want EVs from Shinx on Alexander. Yeah. The big challenge with the early game here is just getting to the point where the resources become less limited, which, honestly, that's always kind of the case in Pokemon, in Nuzlocke. Like, I tend to not plan out the entire Nuzlocke. I'll look at the early game up to the point where I've got sort of a stable situation, and then I'll look at specific threats I know about late game. And there's no shortage of those in this game, to be fair. Cyrus has multiple dangerous flying types on his team. The final member of the Elite Four, Lucian, is a psychic type trainer. Cynthia's got a couple of problematic Pokemon. Candace's Frostlass is frankly terrifying. All sorts of things like that. Like, Platinum is genuinely a pretty tricky one for fighting types. That said, it is doable. I believe the person who gives me a quick clause in this building somewhere. There we go. Candace's Frostlass is frightening. There are a lot of them like that. And of course our rival's got Staraptor, which is going to routinely be absolutely terrifying. So we've got some real challenges to work through. It's just nice that the first gym is pretty much a gimme. Oh, I forgot to get my Poketch. And, yep, the Pokemon tracking screen is my preference for this one. For this point in the game. Luckily, as mentioned last time, this Piplup does not have any water-type moves. It's still kind of a scary matchup. Hello, I'm going to beat up your Shinx now. Luckily, these are all low level. And to run back and heal. The big wall in this run is very much the Ghost-type gym run by Fantina. It's only the third gym, which means we've got pretty limited resources. A lot of our encounters and such aren't available yet. And we have relatively few TMs that we have access to, and similarly with items. We don't have anything that makes it super simple and straightforward. We have, if we've got a good enough Heracross, just enough to actually survive the gym. That's it. We have just enough to safely beat the gym without losing any of our team. Oh, that's not where I meant to go. I believe the person who gives me a Dusk Ball is right here. Nope, upstairs. Okay, got the Dusk Ball. Thought the Super Potion was in there, but I guess I'm wrong. Ah, this is where the Super Potion is. And we'll go back here for the Dire Hit. Yellow Shard. Are you the guy that gives me the Great Ball? You, maybe? I don't know. Look, one of these people gives me a Great Ball and I want it. Maybe they're in here. There we go. Yeah. Why am I going in there? I don't need to. Anyway, let's go get Genghis 2. Genghis 2, and you know what? We'll open with a scratch. That would have killed if it crit, but it didn't, so I go unpunished. So yeah, I've planned pretty thoroughly through the third gym. Beyond that, I'm gonna kind of play it by ear and rely on the reference materials I have to make sure I don't mess up at all. Naughty Nature is, I believe, plus speed, so that's pretty good. It's minus defense if I recall correctly, which isn't ideal. There's a minus special defense. Hang on. Naughty Nature is plus attack minus special defense. Plus attack is great. Minus special defense, not so much, especially since, well, truth be told, Machamp is bulkier on the special side than the physical, which makes a minus special defense nature a bit risky. And I still would have preferred no guard, to be honest, because now we're going to have to deal with those inaccurate rock tombs against those Zubats in Floroma Meadow. And we won't have access to fully accurate rock-type coverage for the entirety of the run. But we're still gonna roll with it. And if you would like, you can have a quick claw. Yeah. One of the main reasons I actually chose to do Platinum over Diamond and Pearl, y'all may have noticed the yellow shard that I picked up in Orberg. Well, it's basically that. In this game, we get access to shards which we can spend at the move tutor to learn various moves. And among the moves that the move tutor can teach for shards are all of the elemental punches. All of them. Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch. And those are all incredibly useful coverage for this run. I really would like a bit more speed if you don't mind. The ideal nature for this Machamp would probably be Jolly. Or for this Machop would probably be Jolly, just because it would give us a chance of outspeeding some flying types with enough investment, and that would be really helpful. But as we don't have no guard, we probably won't use Machamp for that as much anyway. So yeah, right now we're just farming some attack, speed, and HP EVs while we do some grinding for Rourke's Gym. Luckily, this route is pretty good for training up a physical attacker. Yeah, those hits to special defense won't be nice. We'll have closer to balanced defenses, but I would still prefer to have more bulk on the special side just because it's so problematic for us in this run. Oh, I almost wandered in front of someone who would have challenged me to a battle. Anyway, off to Orberg Mine. Let's go make the gym leader actually do his job. I think the first time we went through here, we literally didn't encounter any Pokemon, and this time around, we're encountering them constantly. Okay, heal up. With our attack boosts, we might be able to one-shot Geodude, though. Rourke's Geodude. Maybe, I don't know. Foresight will drop Leer 4. Nah, with our performance against that Geodude, I'm guessing we'd need a critical hit still to one-shot Rourke's. Oh. Well, that was not intentional. But now we're level 14. Why not? Let's just clear him out. Item. I like to pick up all of the items, more or less because some of them will be useful and others we might eventually want to sell. Okay. Once again, back on the gym grind. Shouldn't take us that long. I'm grinding for the gym in the wrong location, but oh well. Just gonna get a nice bundle of EVs to get started with. We also need to remember to catch a Bidoof at some point. Okay, we've got our TM slave, or HM. Why do I keep saying TM? I suppose I'm just used to the newer games where TMs aren't, where HMs aren't a thing. Well, that's kind of sad, considering I'm a Gen 3 kid. Okay. Now, we need to not let Alexander evolve. For those who have arrived since the start of the stream, let me know if you want me to explain anything about my rules or such. I'm more than happy to. As long as you can deal with the rambling that it takes for me to actually finish any thought. You want an explanation? Okay. So, first of all, standard Nuzlocke rules. If a Pokemon faints, it's dead. And we can only catch the first valid encounter in each area. On top of that, we've got the hardcore Nuzlocke rules, which includes a level cap up to the start of the battle with the gym leader. Based on their highest level Pokemon. So you notice that I'm pushing my Pokemon close to level 15 because Rourke's strongest Pokemon is level 14, and pushing them towards the level cap gives just that nice little edge that can either make the battle possible or easier. I'm not allowed to use items from my bag in battle. So that means no potioning up in battle, no healing status conditions and such. Held items are allowed, as you've probably already realized since I gave my since I gave Genghis a quick claw. Oh, what else am I forgetting about the hardcore rule set? And I think those are the main things as far as the general Nuzlocke rule set. I play with Species Clause, so I'm not allowed to repeat encounters, even though for example, even though there are several places I could catch Machop, I can't get new Machops as I go along. What music did it roll over to? I just realized we're probably on to town and city themes of Unova. You know what? I'll take it. I don't remember the Unova music, like, at all, but I don't know. I've never played those games with sound on. Okay, Alexander, we're gonna put you on the back row, sending Genghis. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, Rock Smash on Bidoof. Okay, so with all of that taken care of, we're ready to fight the gym leader again. On top of the rules I've already mentioned, I am incorporating a new rule into this one. Hey, attacked first turn? I didn't even think that was possible. I'll take it. Low kick. So multiple flinches could have killed us there. This gym battle, despite being relatively easy, is always going to be a bit risky, simply because Cranidos is that dangerous at this stage of the game. Okay, and we got Stealth Rock. We go heal up. So the main rule that I've added onto all of this is I'm playing with what I'm calling the Safari Zone clause, which allows me to repeat an encounter in the Safari Zone if my chosen encounter has run away, but I only get one visit to the Safari Zone. And that just gives me actually reasonable odds of getting getting a Krogunk / Toxicroak, which I really want, because it's just a cool Pokemon. Can't believe that was fast speed. Okay. So our Machop is poisoned. I don't think that poison kills you outside of battle in this game. I think this is the generation where they made it take you to 1 hit point. And then it's healed. Yeah, but it still does damage outside of battle, so we'll have to be aware of that. Luckily, we're close to a Pokemon Center here. But that's the reason that I bought some potions before coming before going past Sanjo Town. That's the one. So yeah, at this stage of the game, Shinx is our source of attack EVs. And Starly is probably our best source of speed EVs, so you'll notice I'm fighting a lot of Starly, but since I'm planning on making Alexander a special attacker, I'm kind of dodging the Shinx when I'm leading with him. It's access to the surfing spot. Gotcha. Badu, on the other hand, gives special attack EVs. I'm going to be subtly tracking EVs, like, not the actual values, but just generally what EVs... Hold up. Emulation settings. No, where do I... No, we're not going to bother with Fury Swipes. And now to spam B so that Alexander doesn't evolve. So, let's see now. I should probably just set that to a loop from the beginning. Oh, I forgot to send the message I was sending in another Discord I'm in that I was starting this up. Oops. So yeah, those are most of my... Those are the rules that I'm thinking of at the moment. Beyond that, we're just focusing on the fact that it's fighting types only. And I am taking advantage of a few emulator-only options. This person's optional, so I'll fight them with Chimchar. I'm taking advantage of a few emulator-only options so that I can get some quality of life improvements, like the speed up. And access... Oh, crap, I didn't mean to fight these two. And easier access to items that would otherwise require an unholy level of grinding. There we go. Slowing it down every time Chimchar starts trying to evolve because I'm worried that if I don't, I won't hit B fast enough. Things like berries, honey trees, all that jazz. And the ability to actually evolve Machop fully, even though I'm running this on an emulator. Wonder if emulators duplicate glitches. Be kind of funny to recreate the out-of-bounds glitch that lets you get access to Shaman in this game. Okay, well, anyway, oh wait, item. And I forgot to get the berries from inside the flower shop, I think. Okay, we got a Chesto berry. I could probably go ahead and just cheat in all of the berries that that lady gives. I'll wait to do it until I've got Heracross. Or until I'm inputting Heracross. Luckily, this guy only has a Glameow. While I'm thinking about it, we gotta put Rock Tomb on Genghis. It is our best option for dealing with the Zubats that Genghis is about to have to fight. Okay, that's not good. I probably should have given Genghis an Oran Berry, now that I think about it. Oh, Quick Claw popped. Nice. Okay, we've got our honey. So we'll head on over here and track down exactly that. Yeah, Heracross is cool. Oh heck. It's a lot of damage. Could you actually, like, stay in the Pokeball? You irritating snail. Finally. I forgot to buy net balls. Okay. Let's go ahead and save. Shellos is impish. What is impish? Impish is plus defense minus special attack. That's pretty good. We can work with that. Okay. And now to fire up the cheats. Oh, hang on. We're gonna pause the emulator so that it's not trying to take all of my key inputs. Okay, we've got our party. We'll go to Shellos, and turn her into a Heracross. So I think it transfers over, like, experience directly. So since Heracross has, hold up, I want to check something. Yeah. So since Heracross has... Oh, and we have to set our Heracross's nickname. I'll just do that real quick in here. Since Heracross has a slower leveling curve, it's going to be one level lower than Shellos. And I do need to check... Okay, those are pretty decent IVs. No special defense IV, though. So that one's lousy. And the physical defense IV is pretty lousy, too. And sadly, we've got 31 special attack IVs, despite, you know, not using that. But... Let me take a second and figure out what moves Heracross is supposed to have at this level. So at level 8, Heracross... So Tackle, Leer, Horn Attack, Endure, Fury Attack. So Tackle would have been replaced with Fury Attack. Fury Attack, Leer... Horn Attack, and Endure. Then export save. No. Replace the previous file, and now we import and we reopen the ROM. Why did that not work? Okay, hold up. Sorry, gotta keep trying with this. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Hold up. Heracross. There's a step that I always forget here. Okay, so Fury Attack, Leer, Horn Attack, and Endure. Oh, yeah, I guess. Met Valley Windworks is legal. And okay, and now export it. Save it in the appropriate file type. Import backup memory, and let's see if it worked this time around. We have a Heracross, folks. Meet Hercules. Hercules is literally going to carry us through the early game. And we even got him with guts, which is just fantastic. And we got a male Hercules, which I'm assuming means the Shellos we caught was male. I like that because male Hercules has the cooler horn. That's literally it. Okay, let's shuffle around the moveset. And I'm going to go ahead and clear the pedometer so that we can keep track of how many levels we've gotten, or how many steps we've gotten. Because we will want to teach Heracross Return at one point. It'll just be a very useful move. But in the meantime, we're just gonna go ahead and make our way back to someplace that we can... someplace that we can properly train up Heracross. Because Heracross is by far the most important Pokemon for clearing the early game. And I'm actually... You know what? I'm not going to check it. We're just going to train up Heracross intelligently, and we'll do our best there. So yeah, we could have captured Heracross from a honey tree if I was willing to spend a couple of days doing so. That's an understatement. It would have taken much more than a couple of days. Luckily, Heracross is obscenely overpowered for this point of the game, meaning we can easily make use of his stats to clear a lot of dangerous challenges, not limited to the upcoming Grass-type gym. Since Heracross will resist their Grass-type moves, has Guts to deal with status, will probably take him into the battle pre-poisoned, and has access to Aerial Ace for super effective damage, and Brick Break will actually be able to break through... I believe the lead Turtwig can set up Reflect. Oh crap, I was fighting Bidoofs. I didn't mean to fight Bidoofs. I need to be running from everything except Shinx and Starly, because we need attack and speed EVs. I'll check the EVs between streams and stuff, just to keep track of where everyone is. Okay. And we'll heal up. Yeah, even with no stab move, Heracross is by far the strongest Pokemon. Why did I do that? It's okay. We're not on as tight of a crunch with stats as we could be. We've got some wiggle room because Heracross has a decent nature. So we're pretty much guaranteed to two-shot Mismagius, especially since we should be able to pick up a burn off of Fantina's Duskull. This is all, of course, assuming we actually make it there. Oh, didn't mean to run there. Meant to run there. And there. But yeah, if we can manage to pick up a burn off Mismagius, or off of Fantina's Duskull, we'll have a decent shot at, why do I keep running from the Pokemon that I actually want to fight? Wait, I know why this is an issue. It's because we're training in the wrong place. There's a place where the only Pokemon are Starly, Bidoof, and Shinx. And that's where I meant to be training. I don't know why I'm up here. Here we go. And of course we're going to start getting endless Bidoofs. But anyway, now we can start fighting Starlies and Shinx. And Hercules is already up to level 11. Thank you, speed up mode. So yeah, now we won't have to deal with any Abra encounters. Oh, and it just turned to evening in-game. 5 p.m. That sounds right. I don't know, I never keep track of when the time changes when I'm playing these games unless it actually affects what I'm doing. And at present, it doesn't. Oh, I had to fight that. So yeah, we'll push Heracross up to, let's see what level. Mars in the first battle has a level 17 Perugly, so we'll probably push to at least there. The nice thing about this is that not only are we getting EVs and experience, we're getting steps in that will boost Heracross and that will boost Hercules and Genghis friendship, which I believe with the mod will affect Genghis evolution, and Hercules, it'll affect the power of return, which we're going to have to teach prior to the first Jupiter fight. And I expect we're getting pretty close to Hercules learning a new attack that will be able to give us a viable option in place of Fury Attack. Something that will expand our options. I think the first non-normal type move Heracross learns by level up is Aerial Ace. I just know that we get Aerial Ace prior to the grass type gym battle. Hang on. And Mars does not have a flying type move on Zubat, so we'll be completely safe against that. I'll probably take a second actually and redo the save to give us all of the necessary berries, because we will want a person berry on Hercules for that one. Yeah, right now the name of the game is just getting the EVs we need. See, I would hate doing this part of the game in particular on a normal system. The inability to speed up genuinely discourages me from attempting some Nuzlocks in other games. For example, I've tried multiple monotype Nuzlocke in black and white just because it's an incredibly difficult game to actually get started with a monolock. There are only 2 of those Nuzlocke that have gone far in-game. My fighting-type monolock fell apart just before the flying-type gym. I kept losing Pokemon unnecessarily. And eventually my team just over-leveled because I didn't have enough Pokemon to spread the XP around on. And I didn't have anything to deal with a lot of the ghost types in, what is it, Spiral Tower or whatever it's called. So yeah, that run crashed and burned just before the 6th gym, and I've never gone back to reattempt. My normal monolock went incredibly well, but then it was purely luck-based that I got through the Elite Four unscathed, and... oh. It was purely luck-based that I got through the Elite Four unscathed. And then I wound up, wiping to Getsus after I lost my Sawsbuck to some poor decision making on my part in the match with N. Literally went all the way to the end, and then lost the one Pokemon I had that could safely deal with his Hydreigon. So, the positives here, we now have a flying type move. We have flying type coverage, which will be good for bug types and the like. Not that we were struggling with those, but now we don't need to worry about struggling with those. And we've got a Pokemon that is essentially fully evolved. It's single stage, but Heracross has stats on par with most fully evolved Pokemon. So, we're gonna be pretty easily able to keep up with dangerous threats like Mars's Perugly and Jupiter's Skuntank in this early game before other Pokemon get up to speed, which is very helpful. The best content. Running back and forth at high speed, fighting Shinx and Starly in order to level up as slowly as possible because we want to pack in the EVs we need. Because once we get Heracross up to level, we're going to be depending on him so much that it's going to be genuinely difficult to be picky about the EVs we get on him. So it's really important to try and give Hercules the best start we can. And for some reason, even though I'm pretty sure the encounter rate is higher with Starly here, we seem to just be encountering endless Shinx. Which, I mean, not bad. Starly are all over the place. It's a lot easier to farm speed EVs in the early game here than it is to farm attack EVs. Let's see, when does Heracross learn Brick Break? Level 19, so we'll probably be past Mars by the time Heracross learns Brick Break. Because we do want to keep pretty safe levels on there. To anyone who happens to be watching the VOD to catch up, yeah, I have a feeling you're gonna want to skip ahead for a little bit. Look for a part where we're not in this patch of grass. Look for us in Valley Windworks. That's the next actually significant thing we need to do, is beat Valley Windworks. To those of you who are on stream, I'm sorry, but you can't skip ahead. I wish you could. I wish I could, but I don't care to put in the time to do the calculations to find out how many effort values we could actually get onto Heracross before a certain level, and then hack in those specific candies for Heracross. Or the specific candies that will get Heracross those effort values, as well as enough levels. That would take a similar amount of time and would actually be less fun to watch. Now, it probably wouldn't take quite as much time, but it would still feel like forever. One sec. So what y'all thinking about, chat? No, be marching. Sorry, I don't have a time machine. What y'all thinking about, chat? What's on your mind? What you eating today? We gotta find some way to pass the time here. So we've still got a few levels to go. Chickpea tikka masala, nice. In a minute, we're going to go ahead and compare... At some point here, we're going to go ahead and compare Hercules' stats with the other team members. Stop giving me Bidoofs. Just because I want to highlight how much stronger Hercules is at this stage of the game. Eventually the rest will catch up to him in offense, if not in bulk. You're going to be eating homework? I thought that was the dog's job. Fair point. I mean, why would the dogs eat it if it wasn't tasty? I can't argue with your logic. If you're eating homework, you're eating homework, and, like, you know, assuming the ink is non-toxic and stuff. I'm making the assumption here that it's physical. It might be digital, in which case you could just be swallowing a thumb drive, which I should point out is a choking hazard. Acid-free, lignum-free? Well, hey. Yeah, stay away from the digital homework for your supper. Oh, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I have set up the thing on Stream Elements where messages on screen fade after a little bit, and I'm pretty excited about that because I think it's cool. It keeps it from having a hello from 2 hours ago as the only thing on screen. Other than that, it's not really a big deal. But I did go kind of out of my way to set up this whole array to make it all visually pleasant, you know. Give you the full view of gameplay, as well as whatchamacallit, as well as organizing chat and myself properly so that you can see everything. Heck, I keep accidentally going to endure when I mean to use Horn Attack, or when I mean to use Aerial Ace on the Starly. Okay. Oh, I think I accidentally ran from a Shinx a second ago. See, this amount of grinding this early on is so tediously slow that, like, it's nightmarish to do in the game. What I was trying to say earlier was that a couple of the runs I attempted in Pokemon Black, I think it was, involved a lot of early game grinding for effort values or other things. Specifically, the flying type only Nuzlocke I tried to do, which, for the record, is normally a relatively easy type. Like, if you're ever thinking about trying a monolock in a game, but you're worried about the difficulty, flying is usually a pretty safe option, because there's a big variety of flying types. You get options to cover basically everything in most games. That said, in Pokemon Black, the first gym that you get after getting flying types is a pretty strict wall. Which requires a lot of luck to get through. Because Lenora, the normal type gym leader in Unova, is just kind of ridiculously strong at that stage of the game if you've got limited encounters. So most Pokemon just straight up can't. Most monotype teams just can't get through her two partly evolved to fully evolved normal types. And what I wound up having to do when I tried that on a physical copy was grinding for friendship to evolve my Woobat into a Swoobat, so that if my Starly fell, I could clean up. And even that wasn't a guarantee, because you really needed Starly to be alive when Watchog comes out. Because Watchog has Retaliate and Starly has Detect to avoid dying to Retaliate. My Pokemon just didn't have the offensive prowess to clear things. Not to mention, that was also when I chose to do most of my grinding for gems, since I knew I wouldn't want to at any point in the rest of the game. And that wound up turning into a thing where I would have to spend a few hours resetting just to get a good Starly, or a good P-Dove and Woobat. And then it would be like half a month later that I finished all of the boring grinding for gems and friendship, and I could actually face the gym leader in what was thoroughly a toss-up of whether or not I took a bunch of crits in the process of getting P-Dove set up to take out the first Pokemon. There are some Nuzlocke runs that, while hypothetically possible, aren't worth the amount of resetting and luck you have to do. Especially if that resetting involves more than just a couple of hours of gameplay. For example, not my own run, but I remember Flygon HG did a run of grass types only in Pokemon Emerald. Cool concept, decent variety for such an early game. Really high challenge. But of course, it must have been torturous to repeat so many fights in the early game. To repeat the early game so many times in order to clear things. Like, even with speed up, you're still dealing with incredibly dangerous enemies that you have to take risks in order to deal with. Right up through, I want to say, the 6th gym, the flying type gym. And honestly, I think I would have given up before he did if I hadn't figured, if it took me as long as he did to figure out the strategies. Which I don't know one way or another how long it would have taken me to figure out working strategies for that run. One important thing to keep in mind whenever you're getting set up for a Nuzlocke is just you have to be prepared to use every option available to you. It's one of the reasons I'm actually not a huge fan of the idea of ROM hacks designed specifically to make the Nuzlockes harder. Because if I wanted to make them harder, it's easy enough to just kind of do the rules yourself. Like, you can just choose to only take terrible Pokemon, if that's really what you want. I just don't find that challenge interesting. I prefer, personally, this isn't an attempt to dictate how anyone else plays games. I prefer this nice, relatively easy and laid-back approach to the run that will eventually turn into us actually struggling against some challenging enemies. Like, we've got a challenging battle coming up pretty soon here. Assuming we can encounter something that isn't a Bidoof. Yeah, I prefer most of the run, like, enjoying the nice easy parts while they're around, and not having to worry about the difficulty on every single battle. That doesn't interest me, because at that point the game just becomes an uncomfortable grind. I would rather have a Nuzlocke be either, like, I like randomizers, don't get me wrong there. I definitely want to do a randomizer on stream at some point, just because I think they look like a chaotic mess in the best way possible. I'm going the wrong way. I need to go back to Floroma Town. Oh, there's a wormhole. Yeah. Without turning the run into just... In a normal Nuzlocke, I prefer to have... Yeah, why not? I'll beat you up. It'll give me HP EVs, I think. 1 defense EV. I prefer to have the stretches of preparation for challenges, followed by the actual moments of challenge. Okay. How's everyone doing? Should probably get a couple of levels on Alexander when we get a chance. What time is it? Started a little before 3, so it's been less than 3 hours still. We got plenty of time. Okay. Okay, that person is optional. I'm gonna go ahead and check what they have. And works. Outside. Okay, that person has a Cascoon. Probably go ahead and deal with that one with Alexander. And the same with the next optional grunt, the one up there. Just because that'll let us clear him out and get the experience on Alexander. We'll need to be pretty careful in the next little bit with getting the right amount of experience on... Hang on, this is not what I was expecting. Oh, you know what? I was probably looking in Diamond and Pearl, not in Platinum. Ah, well. Zubat is still pretty doable. And the next one is just a Glameow. Ooh, Fury Swipes. Why am I just constantly getting the wrong information? Okay, they just didn't put them in the order that you encounter them in. It gave us the first one inside, then the one that was outside when we fought them, and then the one inside. The second one inside in Jupiter. Anyway, let's go and heal up. Then we'll have a nice battle against Mars. So we dealt with you. And now... do we already have a Person Berry? No. Let me check something real quick. So in Floroma Town, it doesn't look like we can actually get a Person Berry. Yeah, it looks like the gift berries we have access to are Chesto, Pecha, Rost, Orin, and Cherry. So, we don't have a Person Berry, which means we're just kinda... We're just kinda at the mercy of making sure that we actually outspeed and one-shot that, Zubat. Alright. Time for the first major battle, like... Well, time for a major battle. Anyway, Horn Attack. Can we one-shot? If not, we'll have to do some switching to get... That's not bad. Okay, we're definitely staying in. It didn't confuse us. And now we've got the Guts boost. Like, it's gonna hurt, but we're doing a lot of damage right now. Unfortunately, we do have to deal with Fake Out. Oh, come on, why the crit? Okay, well now I think we actually do need to switch out. Luckily, Genghis is also a pretty good matchup into Perugly. If it doesn't get an endless stream of crits. It's going to eat its Oranberry, but that still doesn't take it out of KO range. If we don't get crit here, we win. Okay. Alright. We are going to go ahead and use one of the antidotes to heal Heracross up. And heal up. Okay. If y'all can give me a sec, I'm gonna go hit the restroom, and then we'll be right back. And we're back. Alright. Well, I'm hoping that we've just entered that we're going to be enjoying the rest of this run for a good long time to come. Well, actually, no, I'm going to try and... Oh, crap. It's an optional battle, so we'll go ahead and switch in Alexander to get some experience. Flame Wheel. Sure, it's better than Leer. I almost forgot to spam B. I really hope we find an Everstone soon, but at some point I need to look up where we get access to those. The trouble is, I think it's just from Rock Smash. Okay, we're actually going to slow this down so that we can slip past a couple of these spinners. I knew you were a spinner. Tried to fake me out. Oop. More berries. I'll go ahead and pick them. So yeah, I'll try and keep most of the, like, hacking in items and stuff off stream. Not because I'm trying to hide it or anything. I'm doing my utmost to be completely upfront with y'all. It's just a matter... It's just a matter... Dang it, that was a waste. We just got special attack EVs on Heracross. On Hercules. It's just a matter of transparency. Being upfront and clear with y'all, but... I'm going to do my best to avoid inserting items on and stuff on stream just because it's extra time as I have to export the save file, make edits, import it back in, all that, probably mess up and have to repeat. All that stuff. Why do I keep doing this? At least this is a fighting type trainer, meaning the EVs won't be wasted. Go on, Hercules, use Aerial Ace. And thanks to Hercules, we actually do have a really good matchup into other fighting types. Come on. Turn. I should really just be leading with Chimchar. With, Probably should have switched, actually. This thing probably has Peck. Hang in there, Hercules. Luckily, Piplup is weak and Hercules is strong. Okay. Got through all those optional battles. We're in the clear now. Okay. But yeah, it's not the kind of thing that I want to spend my time on stream. I kind of had to earlier because, well, we weren't going to make any progress without adding in Heracross. Yeah, so back here we can't go. I don't even think this guy's a trainer, are you? Okay, and we've met Cheryl. That's the place where you can evolve Eevee into Leafeon. Okay. We're gonna emphasize putting the experience on Genghis. When we have to put experience on him. You know what? We'll give up on Seismic Toss. As much as I'd like a move that does guaranteed damage, I think it's safer to just stick with fully accurate. Or to just keep Foresight around in case I happen to run into a ghost at a bad time. Yeah, see, we're quickly approaching the level cap for Gardenia. There we go. Pause that. Gardenia's Roserade is level 22. Which means we're on pretty narrow margins. This is probably the part of the game where the level cap is going to be the most tricky. These guys both have Abra, so I kind of have to switch in Hercules this time around. However, we can safely deal with them by taking them on one at a time. But yeah, those Abras would have been a problem for Genghis. Said, now that we have the option to, we're gonna switch Hercules back up front. And I think most of the remaining battles in this forest are skippable. Alright, I'm just trying to check and see if there are any items lying around. Got a green shard. Funnily enough, this is actually where I did a lot of the grinding when I was testing out my mods to make sure that I could actually use... We got the Soothe Bell. Nice. Let's go ahead and give that to Hercules. It's hard to hit it softly enough at like 300 something frames a second to actually hit the right Pokemon when I'm trying to select one. But yeah, just like that, we are reaching Floroma Town. Had we failed captures with our fake Heracrosses that we were going to turn into Heracrosses, there were a few extra honey trees that we had access to, so we could have gotten a few extra attempts. Just a bit of a toss-up. Okay, now we can talk to the digger guy. The underground man. So, now we have the the explorer kit. Which means if we trigger the explorer kit, we can enter Sinnoh's underground. This location is very important because there are many items that we can mainly only get here in the underground, and it also means that we're now at the point where we can technically have infinite money. I want to check and see if there are any useful items that we'll want to hunt around in this town for. Oh, Eternity, that's the one. We got a gift from Cynthia. We already got the Explorer kit. Let's see, TM46 is somewhere around here. That's Thief. And TM67 is Recycle. Both decent both decent TMs, actually. And the Draco plate is somewhere around here. Not that we're likely to need that anytime soon, and we can just cheat it in from now that we've got access to the underground. Okay. Let's see. Actually, real quick. How much space did we have left on Genghis? So one... Okay. Chatot. I actually am a big fan of Chatot. I think it's a good design, and Oh, and there's the TM for Recycle. I don't know if we actually have any Pokemon that can learn it, but if we do, then it's decent. Yeah, I think it's a good design. Okay. Just trying to actually see what those guys said. And Chatot was an extremely important Pokemon in the mid-game of my height lock. Like, it really saved the run in a couple of ways. And from a couple of really tricky situations. Yeah, we got Recycle. And I think... Oh. Ah, yes, we're being forced to look at the statue of Palkia. So yeah. I believe that right there is the TM for Thief. So we won't be able to get that until we get cut to get behind the... to get into the area of the Team Galactic building. Now, for a fun little side thing, I'm going to double check that I'm correct here. If we head out east onto Route 211, one sec. Yep, looks like I was correct. If we pop over here onto Route 211, we'll be able to get a fresh encounter. Let's go ahead and go make sure that we've actually got enough Pokeballs. Hi, Cynthia. And just give me the TM for the HM for cut. Appreciate it. Bye. I'll be coming for your champion title soon enough. This is not where I meant to be. Okay, so we can buy regular Pokeballs there. You know what? Let's buy a Nest Ball. Actually, we'll buy 3 of them. I think that should be pretty good for the Pokemon that we're trying to catch here. And it's a good thing we're checking this, because we are just straight up out of Pokeballs. Oh. That's the bicycle shop. I don't need that yet. So we can't get a bicycle yet. Switch Alexander up front, because why not? And here we have our next encounter. Okay, now the thing is, we can actually get Metatite in a pretty good variety of locations. And it won't actually be that usable until we get it to much higher level. That said, I'm not actually going to try and weaken it before catching it, simply because it knows the move Bide. Oh, we caught it. So we've got a Metatite. And obviously, because we've got an incredibly wise Psychic type, our new Metatite will be nicknamed Sun Tzu. Oh, wait. I forgot how to spell it, even though I've actually got the names that I chose all pulled up in front of me. Okay, so we've got Sun Tzu the Meditite. She's a girl, but I don't know that Sun Tzu would mind. Don't care. He's dead after all. Bold nature. Ooh, that's not great, actually. That's minus attack. I mean, we've got pure power to make up for it, but it's going to take a lot to make up for that. Ah, well, at least it's not minus speed. Pure power can put in a lot of work here. But yeah, it would have been nice to get a hold of a better nature for Sun Tzu. They have higher odds of being female or something? All three Meditite that we encountered there were all female. Random chance. It does stuff. Alright. Next, I think we need to go and take on the gym. So let's take a look at, by let's, I mean let me take a look at what Pokemon we're likely to encounter here. So, for the trainers in Platinum, the first one has a Cherubi and a Roselia. So we have to take all of them on. I'm going to actually slow this down to a manageable speed. Plus, it's my only neutral attack. If we can get poisoned here, that wouldn't be bad. Or a crit. I'll take a crit. Poison would have triggered Guts. Would have been nice. Ah, well. Alright. One trainer cleared. Oh my gosh. I should have sped that up. That was so slow. I'm gonna switch Hercules up front to spread out the XP a little. Besides, Hercules has a pretty strong matchup into this gym. Oh. But getting all of these special attack EVs is annoying. Okay, we're learning Brick Break, finally. We'll go ahead and drop Leer for it. And we'll probably teach Hercules Return pretty soon here. In fact, immediately. Okay, so Hercules can learn Return. We're going to go ahead and teach that in place of Horn Attack. And now we've got a decent moveset on Hercules. And this next person looks like she has a Roselia. No problem for Hercules. And it got later. And we're actually just going to go ahead and toss Sun Tzu in the box. Not try training Sun Tzu until we can do it a bit more easily, until we can get it to a level where we can actually use Metacham. Okay, I believe most of these guys carry Magikarp and such. That said, alright. In the north section, we have... Okay, Fisherman on the far left is a Magikarp team. This Fisherman on the far left... Nope, this Fisherman on the far left has a Goldeen. Does Goldeen give... attack? Okay, that's fine. And Magikarp, I'm pretty sure, gives attack or speed. Speed. Here we are. Zachary has a Magikarp, a Goldeen, and another Magikarp. Alright. Sorry, I'm just making sure that I don't accidentally take Hercules into a battle that could get him killed. Because just like if Hercules didn't have the right stats, we had to reset the run. If Hercules dies, we start over. Like, we don't have another option for getting through Fantina. Okay, we're gonna keep emphasizing specific stats. Why am I only encountering Badoos? There are so many other Pokemon here. I'm not going to bother with Wurmple either, though. But still, there are so many other Pokemon here. Like, this isn't even close to an accurate representation of the encounter spread. will find somewhere that wants to give me usable encounters, even if I have to backtrack all the way. There, we got Zubat. That's good for speed. Actually, we might just stick around and encounter a few more Zubat. I'm kind of just hunting for an Everstone while I'm in here. I figure I might get encounters with Zubat, I might get an Everstone. I'm good with either. Yeah, I'm just not bothering with the rocks. I'm not actually sure if you get item drops from them in this game. I could check, but I'll save that for another day. Especially since I can easily just insert an Everstone since I know that they're available through the Sinnoh Underground. And I'll be sure to be clear with everyone, I'll be sure to check and make sure that any items I'm inserting are actually available at this point in the game and farmable. I'm not just going to go crazy. Sorry, if it looks like I kind of stopped looking in y'all's direction, I'm actually looking at the screen, which means I'm paying attention to chat, but it doesn't look like it. See, I'm always hesitant to just go ahead and give something. Like, I could totally go ahead and give myself a rare candy and a couple of Carbos. I could just insert those into my bag in the game. It would be easy, and it would pretty accurately represent what we're doing here. Without being certain, though, I prefer to do it this way. If I don't know that I've got enough space to get all of the speed EVs, or attack EVs, or whatever, I'd rather just deal with having to do a bit of grinding, especially since it's just on speed. It's on speed up mode. It's not actually taking that long. Plus, you know, gives us a bit of time to hang out. Oh, look at that nice speed buff. Look at those stats, real quick. Keep hitting the wrong button to pause. Okay. These are Hercules stats. His attack and HP are in the 60s. His speed is in the 50s. His defense and special defense are both in the 40s. Now, if we compare that real quick to Genghis, yes, Genghis's HP is still in the 60s, but attack in the 40s, defenses and speeds in the 20s, defenses and speed in the 20s, special defense is actually just 19. Like, it's a pretty big difference. And obviously Alexander isn't up to the same level, but I think we can all tell that stats-wise he wouldn't be even close to Hercules, even if he was already up to level. So yeah, we'll stick around here, farm Zubats through the rest of Hercules, return PP, and then go somewhere and farm attack EVs. We just one-shot that thing with a brick break. Oh, I didn't mean to attack the Psyduck. I was too busy laughing at the fact that we managed to kill a Zubat with a quad-resisted move. It's just a reminder of how absurdly strong Heracross is at this stage of the game. Okay, we're close to the end of return PP. And so of course it's going to give us a bunch of Psyduck to waste our time. Let's go ahead and switch Alexander into the lead spot and do a couple of these optional battles. Just to keep the route clear. Make it easier to progress from one area to the next. All right. Actually, you know what? We're not going to push Hercules close to the level cap. The thing is, we're on, like... Oh wait, no, Hercules... The level cap is 22, I keep forgetting. It's not 21. I'm gonna double check that, but... I'm like 90% certain. Yeah, the level cap is 22. Okay, we're still not gonna push Hercules close to the level cap, just because I don't really think it's going to be necessary for the fight. But we are going to get Hercules past level 22. We're gonna get him up to level 22. So yeah, in case it wasn't obvious up to this point, the naming theme for this run is warriors and warlords. It's just various fighters, basically, and generals and such from throughout distant history. I made a point of avoiding anyone in recent history, because I felt like anyone relatively recent could kind of come across as offensive. Didn't want to do that or deal with it, so we're enjoying people like Hercules, which obviously Heracross's Mega Evolution is actually based on what's called the Hercules Beetle. So I kind of had to go with that, and I believe Heracross's name is meant to be a reference to Hercules. So, like, I had to do that one. The rest aren't really directly related, and anyway. Oh, and I made sure that one of the psychic types we got in the run would be Sun Tzu. Yeah, unfortunately this is slowing down a lot because, well, we're much higher level than these guys, and Heracross levels up slowly. Oh, I keep accidentally fighting the Bidoof. But we're getting close to level 22. Once we hit there, we should be good to call it for this one. I'm hoping to beat Gardenia before we have to end the stream. That seems to me like it would be a good place to wrap up. Who knows, maybe we'll slip in a little Binding of Isaac afterwards. Or maybe some Brotato. I don't know, I've been loving the shorter games, and the games where we just dive in, try stuff, probably die, and start over or move on, but I've been really excited for this run, and I just wanted to dive into it. And I realize not anything too exciting has happened so far, apart from a little bit of good luck against, what's her face? Mars, and I guess a little bit of luck against Rourke as well, because with that Cranidos, as long as it outspeeds Machop, there's always a chance that we get outsped and repeatedly flinched until we're dead. Like, that's just something that we can't really play around at this stage of the game. It's not likely to come up. I'm gonna burn through the rest of his power points. Why do I keep attacking the Bidoof? It's not that I have anything against attacking Bidoof. I know know some portions of the Pokemon community would be mad at me for saying that, but they don't give the EVs that I want. But yeah, in between streams, I'm going to go ahead and do a couple of calculations, see how many EVs this specific Heracross will need to outspeed Miss Magius and guarantee the 2-shot, even if we can't manage to finagle our way into picking up a burn from Duskull or one of her other gym trainers or something. I'll also want to look into items, because we have a few item options. By the time we hit Gym 3, we're going to have access to the citrus berries from the Berry Master, as well as a few others, but I think I already looked into it, and citrus were the only ones that really looked useful. Okay, that's all of them. Switch Genghis up front. And Genghis will be just kind of indiscriminate. Genghis is already gaining experience faster. Yeah, there will be a few berries that we have access to, quite a few berries that we have access to by then, including, I think, all of the type resist berries, but I could be wrong there. Citrus is probably going to be the most useful, because we're going to be doing a little bit of setup against, not offensive setup, but we'll have to bounce around trying to get a burn on Hercules. And Hercules might pick up some damage in the process. So Citrus Berry could help deal with the burn damage. Stuff like that. I'm starting to get hungry. I wonder what I'll eat tonight. Maybe I'll whip up some spaghetti. I have a decent variety. Not just of spaghetti, I mean, I have a decent variety of food. I keep looking over that way thinking I'm going to be, looking at y'all, and I check my image, and it looks like I'm looking off to the side, as opposed to at you. No, I won't be creepy like that. Please don't leave me. I like having y'all around. Even if it's just a lurk, I appreciate y'all being around, enjoying the run with me, as we commit what can only be described as the genocide of the population of Route 202, I think this is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is 202. Nah, I don't really think we'll actually wind up dealing with this. You know what I will do, though? Hang on. I'm gonna mix up the music. There we go. Always nice to mix it up. My phone thinks I should be going to the gym. I should really fix that alarm so it's not going off an hour early. Yeah, an hour early. I had to do some math real quick in my head. Earning revenge. Like, it's got potential, I just... Hang on. I need to double check if revenge has negative priority in this generation. Yeah, it has decreased priority. I really prefer not to go with a decreased priority option. But at the same time, it's really good damage. I could always use it in place of low kick, since they've got the same max damage, just different conditions for getting there. You know what? Yes. We'll go ahead and go with low kick in place of revenge. Or revenge in place of low kick. Does mean that we're going to be taking some chip damage while we finish up all of this, but it won't be much, so it's not going to be an issue. We've only got 10 revenges. We can only revenge 10 times. Okay, so there's the team at the moment. Now all we gotta do is get Alexander up to speed. And we'll be good to go. No, you're not evolving, Alexander. That Pachirisu was using Bide. That would probably have killed me. I could probably do a couple of these optional battles in Pinwheel Forest as well. Why are these Badoo actually surviving a hit? I mean, I get that they're higher level than the stuff I've been facing up till now, but come on, they're Badoo taking fire-type attacks. I'm gonna double check and make sure that Baniri gives speed IVs and not, or EVs and not, attack. Turn a Forest, Baniri. Speed, okay. I remembered at that time, I just decided to go ahead and mash. So yeah, unfortunately, even though our special attack is a lot higher than our physical attack at this point, I think, like, okay, not a lot, but a good chunk higher, considering they started about the same. Despite all that, Flame Wheel is still 50% stronger than Ember base power-wise. Okay, never mind. Our stats are about the same. Be curious. I'm gonna check out their. I'm gonna check out Alexander's IVs after the stream. On the right side, these Badoo and Baniri give some really good ones. All the special attack EVs from the Baniri are going to pay off down the line. Ooh, Ghastly, that's more special attack or speed, I don't know which, but I know it's more. Yeah, Alexander wants to evolve, and we're not going to let him. We get the drill. I wonder what Alexander thinks about all of this. It's just like, I'm maintaining this state of arrested development for later gains. But I mean, it's useful. Like, there are 3 key moves that Alexander only gets if he stays a Chimchar for an extended period of time. That's Nasty Plot, Slack Off, and Flamethrower. And I think we can find Flamethrower in other ways. Actually, I know we can. We can get it from... We can get the TM from behind Fuego Ironworks. Which is an area that is really easy to miss in this game, actually, because it's completely optional. And kind of tucked away, actually it's north of Floroma Meadows, but you get some good items there. Alright, try and evolve once more so I can prevent you, once more. Keep fighting on the way out. Yeah, see, Machop levels up at a reasonable speed, but not super fast. Heracross levels up slow, and Chimchar levels up fast. So they've all got very different pacing with their experience gain. We get the experience share. We could have gotten that beforehand, and probably should have, since we could have slapped it onto Medicham while we were training the other Pokemon, but that's fine. Okay. Now, some stuff to take care of. Okay. We are going to run back and forth over here until we encounter a Wurmple. So Wurmple of sufficient level will know Poison Sting. And if we can get that Wurmple to start using Poison Sting, we can get our Pokemon poisoned. Okay, now we're just going to spam Rock Foresight. Could you please poison us? There's a reason we want to be poisoned. Okay. We're gonna make a good pace here. Go ahead. Use a potion on each of them. I've never done pre-poison strats before, but if we go into this battle with our Pokemon poison, not only will it activate their guts, but it will protect us from getting hit by other status moves. Okay. That said, I don't actually anticipate needing to use Genghis. I'm hoping that we don't need to use Genghis. However, we are going to go ahead and give an Oranberry to Hercules. Okay, they've each got an Oranberry, they're each poisoned, they're each at full HP. Let's go. I am going to drop a save state. My guess here is that this is going to be a clean sweep with Heracross using Aerial Ace. Or Hercules using Aerial Ace. Which is a little bit stronger than Stab Brick Break, if I recall correctly. on. I actually have to check. Yeah, it's a little bit stronger than Stab Earthquake, even when, or Stab Brick Break, even when Brick Break isn't resisted. Another Aerial Ace, and we've got a lot of speed EVs. It's still, I'd say, a toss-up as to whether or not we can outspeed the Roserade in the back. But yeah, it can't one-shot us. Its attacking moves are Grass Knot, Magical Leaf, and Poison Sting. And then it has Stun Spore, which is useless on us because we're already poisoned. And it doesn't matter, we outspeed anyway. I think we still would have been fine for that fight. Even if we didn't have Guts, we would have just had Hercules carrying a Cherry Berry. I don't think we would have taken much more damage than we did, just from dealing with the first two Pokemon. And then Roserade still couldn't have done anything for us. We got the Forest Badge. And we can use Cut, so we can get some stuff from places that we couldn't go to before. Grass Knot. That is actually decent coverage for Infernape, eventually. We may or may not wind up using that. Now, Hercules is still losing health, but I think we're going to be fine to make it back to the Pokemon Center. Before... yeah, easily. And heal up the team. And we didn't even have to use the Oran Berries. Yeah, this is the sort of thing that I mean when I'm saying that Hercules is the reason this run is possible. And we'll put Genghis up front for when we're going through the Galactic Base. But yeah, I think that's where we're gonna call it for the night. Find a good place to wrap it up. We'll save, and that'll be it. Oh, while we're here... oh. There we go. Bidoof learned Cut. While we're here, we're gonna duck back here and grab the TM for Thief. Because there's gonna come a time when that TM is a very important move on our moveset. Oh, you know where we're gonna end it? Sorry, I like to pick cinematic locations for the end of the video, or for the end of the stream. We're gonna end it right here in the gym that we just beat. Save. yeah, I'd say that's a good chunk of progress for one night. We beat the first 2 gyms. We're making good strides toward getting our team trained up. And we're set up pretty well for going into the rest of the run. I'll also drop a quick save state. Good night, Rafkin. Thanks for joining. So yeah, I'm gonna see if there's anyone to raid. Probably not, because I don't have that kind of luck. Yeah, we don't have anyone to raid. Ah well. Thanks everyone who came and participated or just lurked. Appreciate all y'all, and hope to see y'all next time. Later, folks.